Amithra, have you and Maratos made contact with the holdout Drakthir settlements? Any news of Desrin?
Is craftable chest with the verse proc a good or bad idea? It's very strong. It's a very strong embellishment. I wear it. What up, Zagana? All right, so we got a new trinket yesterday. This satchel of healing spores from turning in the quest, the Spark quest. This would be the dungeon where I think you might run that plus ward for like third boss. What are we doing about this next year? That I'm a 30-year-old healer? Yeah, we'll just put I'm a healer. We'll just stop talking about the age thing next year. Time your first 16 today? Congratulations. All right, if we play both of these trinkets. What's eye level look like? Are we going to time this if we just don't die? Maybe. Okay, what if we, so if we slap this and this on, and then we make a macro. Oh yeah, I was looking at this. Do I have a... Okay, I don't think I do. Alright. So is that a macro that I have then that does that? Yeah, okay. So, at mouse over. Okay, so we would... Let's copy this. Put it over here. Does this work if I want to do this? If I go like that, an item is not. Now the question is, does it try to use the satchel afterwards? Yes, it does. Okay.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Dude, are you even watching the Royals this year? I keep waiting for them to start losing, and they just don't. I don't watch any of the games because baseball is boring as shit to watch, but...
Reclaim our legacy. We aspects must restore the powers we relinquish to defeat Deathwing. Within the depths of Uldaman lies a vault that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc.
Oh. Here's the first trinket use.
Contain the knowledge we need.
Hiya, dude, lust. Holy shit, dude. Okay, that's why we just preemptively pop. Okay, let's be real. That could have gone worse. Holy shit, and then almost just happened right there. The worst almost just happened. Oop. These guys are pissed. Oh shit. Shouldn't have been there. Spare.
What's this? Intruders here to take our riches, I bet! Have we found any riches? We've been digging down here so long, I can't... I have a quiver full of swords, and I know how to throw them!
Good.
Somebody order a skull kraken?
Okay, the mage has used one defensive.
Time to move these thingies!
Okay, good. Look at me bait all these fires in the middle of nowhere. Oh, Jesus. I don't like that one bit.
Somebody order a
No, 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 no. Shit. Stop, dude. Stop fucking casting on me. Let me res. Fuck you! How many daggers in a row can you get?
Spread.
Alright.
Time to move this thingy.
Oh, I don't have an on-use weak aura for this macro, or for this trinket. I should have probably made one. Okay, okay, okay.
I think that puzzle actually helped clear my head. Much obliged, stranger. We'll lend you a hand after we get our bearings.
Dude, I am even kind of impressed with my sanguine management there. To push them all off to the side. Truly, that's inspired positioning. Oh, we're getting dangerously close to the boss there, boys. Let's taunt one of these out. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Now, here comes the first real test of the dungeon.
Roma, the chief here. Gonna smash you. Frogs, fight for your chief.
Ads.
Three, two, one. Totem.
Now you see a chieftain's power. Get out here and smash them.
Ads.
Okay, this thing's living a bit. Maybe a bit too much of a bit here, guys. God damn, is this totem gonna die?
Two.
We're getting the second fucking totem! Did we drop the... Oh, we dropped Sanguine on the totem. I didn't even look. Holy shit. I was like, dude, there's no way. How the fuck is this totem living this long? Sheesh. Alright. Well. That's a first. Sanguine the totem. Yeah, I was like, what the dude? How fucking badly did people mismanage their CDs that we're getting this? We're gonna get two totems at the same fucking time. What is going on? Look at this thing. When it 6 million. 6 million on the totem, 11 million on Brobok. All right. All right, now we're also going to add
that holds a disc of Keeper Tyr's memories. Find that disc and bring it back to me. It may contain the knowledge we need to regain our strength.
All right, where's that one in front of the ward? I want ward to be in front. There we go. Can you check wide and wild growth? Yep. I don't know. I've been kind of going back and forth with how good of a spellcast wild growth is if it's not like rot damage. I don't know. It just feels like with 4-piece procs, you just end up. I just end up feeling like other spells are more meaningful to cast. Is Satchel scaled to season 4? Yeah, it's I got it from the what's it called? Spark Turn-In quest. And it was on the champion track. All right, the tank said fuck this place and left, which is honestly kind of relatable. All right, how much healing do we actually get out of the satchel on the first boss? All right, so wait, did my satchel not get used? I pressed it though, didn't I? Okay, he had ward. Did anybody have... What's even the name of the satchel buff? Now that I think about it, what the fuck is it even called? I'm pretty sure I cast satchel on the tank, or cast it on somebody here. Do we have writhing ward? No, because I put writhing ward on the evoker. I'm pretty sure on the first pull. He should have had writhing ward on the first pull for a split second. All right, or no? Maybe that doesn't show here. Let's test this again, but I'm pretty sure. Okay, so we put Writhing Ward on him, and then okay, it's up, so we cast it. Item is not ready, but did I use it on somebody? Says I fuck. Says I pressed it, but I think it was on the mage as he ran out, and maybe no, there it is. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it's working. Did it just not get absorbed last time? What's going on here? Hmm. I need to sneeze. Come on. Come on, dude. No, come on. God damn it, dude. It was there for like 2 seconds, and it... God, I hate that, man. Do I play EU? Yeah. Probably didn't use it in the heat of the fight. I'm pretty sure I used it on the boss. Is there a way to check what my casts were on the boss, I wonder? Not like healing done, but casts? I didn't like accidentally use it on myself or some shit, did I? My girl wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time. What up, Adley? Check buff up time? I did. I don't remember who I would have used it on, and I don't see it on anybody from that. So maybe I didn't.
5, 4, 3, 2.
But I thought I did. I think I can, with this setup, I think I can literally push a button every time the shield comes out, ricocheting shield. I think I can ward, satchel, bark, and I think with the cooldown, each of those is basically a minute. The two trinkets are each a minute, and bark is a minute 10. I'm pretty sure that I have a button for every shield. Is the sanguine about to happen? Soon, right? Yeah. Push that way.
found any witches? We've been digging down here so long, I can't even think straight.
Wants to party all the time, party all the time, party all the time.
Did somebody order a skull kraken?
Red.
Hop in and let 'em have it! They call me the skull cracker!
Take my shield!
They call me the skull cracker!
Okay, oh shit.
Like the end! Take my shield!
Hop in and let 'em have it! They call me the skull cracker!
Whoa, 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 why is my trinket there? Oh my god, why didn't it fucking go? Why was it not working? What the fuck?
Now the party's starting! Here we go! Time to move this thingy!
Hop in and let 'em have it!
Dude, I'm so terrified of these little fire patches on this fight now. They fucking murder you.
You know, I think that tussle actually helped clear my head. Much obliged, strangers. We'll lend you a hand after we get our bearings.
Very good.
Roma, the chief here, gonna smash you! Frogs, fight for your chief!
Ads. Three, two, one. Totem.
Beauty ones won't stop Roma!
Oh shit. Do we have a B-res? No.
Ads.
Bromark warned you! Bromark always right!
Showed I was using both. Yeah, there was something weird with the last time. I tried to send my satchel and it was like showing as ready, but it didn't actually use it, which I don't know why.
Bromark, the chief here,
I don't think it should have been on
smash you!
shared CD.
Trogs, attack!
Ads.
Because it was, I feel like the other one had already been off CD for like 30 seconds or something by that point.
3, 2, 1. Totem.
Now you see a chieftain's power! Stonebolt Trogs, attack!
Ads. Three, two, one. Totem.
Beauty ones won't stop Bromark! Stonebolt Trogs, attack!
Ads. Three, two, one. Totem.
Now you see a chieftain's power! Stonebolt Trogs, attack!
Ads. Three, two, one. Totem.
Now you're gonna be sorry! Stonebolt Trogs, attack!
Ads.
I almost feel like satchel's on the GCD or something. Like when I go to press it, it doesn't work sometimes. I don't know why.
2, 1. Totem.
Get out here and smash them!
Ads. 3, 2, 1. Totem.
The fuck was that? There, like, why is it not? Yeah, it's like it's on the GCD. This is like really annoying. Yeah, fuck. I actually don't know what just killed. I feel like did he get hit with a spell? He must have gotten hit with like a spell right before he died.
Bro Mark always right.
Yeah, he got double ambushed. Don't like. Oh, Thundering Slam? Is that? Oh, yeah, that's the AoE thing. Okay, I was like, what the fuck? He just got chunked. All right, well, how much of this was totem healing? I mean, totem, Satchel actually out healing Ward. Let's go. It's crazy they heal for almost exactly the same amount, even though they're different eye levels. That's fucking weird. 668 680. Yeah, like they both healed for the max hit on both of them was 670,500. What the? That's like crazy, right? Max 670,522, 670,521. One of them is 528, one of them is 515. So, according to comments on my head, it's on GCD. Okay, that at least makes me feel like I'm not crazy, because I was like sitting there slamming it on somebody's frame, and I was like, why the fuck is it not casting? Well, that makes it a slightly more annoying trinket, but I mean, still well, I definitely wouldn't run that trinket setup in every dungeon. But in that dungeon, it might actually be worth. All right, I still don't have an 18 ruby. Look at 17, 20. Is there anything in here that's... Problem is, I feel like if I wait around all day to try to find an 18, I'm just going to be sitting in queue. But... Ba-ba. All right, what are the dungeons I still need an 18 in? I need an 18 Oldemon, an 18 Ruby, and an 18 Academy. Ugh, okay. Hmm. Start my own 18? Well, the problem is I don't have an 18. I don't have a 19. I have a 20. And it's a 20 halls. And, I don't think we're plugging that. Is today a big pugging day? Yeah, our tank last night informed us he wouldn't be able to be here today. I gotta say, a little on the fence with how the group is going this season, because on the one hand, not I don't necessarily want to handcuff people to being here on like fucking sanguine weeks. I don't necessarily want to slam Kiesel down sanguine weeks, but on the other hand, this shit where we're like, we don't know when we're playing. It'd be one thing if it was just at the start of the week, it was just like, hey guys, CBA, I don't want to do sanguine, I'm not going to be here. And we would just say like, okay, well, we'll make other arrangements or, whatever. But we're having a lot of days where it's like, you just don't know if we're playing the next day until the night before. And then somebody will just be like, oops, sorry, can't be here. And it's like, okay, well, I didn't really make plans for tomorrow because I thought we were fucking playing. So could we maybe not do that? Yeah, I think my new guild is actually, I think several of them are doing Cataclysm. And honestly, if I'd joined this guild sooner and known that that was going to be a thing, I might have just been like, fuck it, I'm going to go do Kata too. But I don't really want to jump into Kata unless I know I have people to play with. Playing Kata, like pugging and shit, doesn't, has no appeal to me. But Ooh, an 18. La la. Okay, we'll sign up for that. But I think they already had their groups kind of set for that. So I think I'd feel like I was third wheeling a bit. Can't justify going to play Kata. I mean, that's the thing is like, I feel like you have to treat some of this shit with like with the direction it feels like WoW is going. I feel like you almost just have to treat everything as like would this be fun to do for a couple months? Which is, I think, what Blizzard is trying to accomplish with their new this new approach where they're releasing different game modes. Feels like it's designed to become like a FOMO generator, and they're just looking for ways to get people, because I mean, truthfully, I don't even say this like pejoratively. I don't mean this in a negative sense, but a lot of the excitement for like MMOs is just the anticipation of starting a new thing. It's the new thing that is exciting. It almost doesn't matter what you do. It's just a lot of times the hype from jumping into a fresh game mode, a fresh server, starting from scratch. People like that. That, you know, that hits all the dopamine centers in their brain. And if you can just every couple months have something new to put out, you know, Plunderstorm, Mop Remix, Kata, War Within, you just keep every couple months a new thing, and people can keep, it's just long enough between, you know, after a couple months, maybe you start to get tired of a thing, and then Mop Remix is out. Boom, jump into that for a week or two. Cool, fuck yeah. Kata Classic drops. Oh, fuck yeah, boom, jump into that. Level up. Hit the first raid. Play that for a few weeks. Cool. And then, you know, War Within is out. Okay, let's slam that for a few months. And then SOD Phase 4 is out. Let's slam that for a few months. And it at least gives you something new every time. Can't really get yourself to start. Yeah, and I mean, that is the unfortunate part of a game that's based on FOMO is if you are releasing all these game modes with the intention to generate FOMO, the problem is some people will not have a fear of missing out. They will just feel like they missed out. If you're not there at launch, like the being there at launch part will be a lot of times because of FOMO, people will show up and be like, oh, I got to get in. This could be the next big thing. I want to play and have fun with my friends, blah, blah, blah. But if you weren't there on launch, then instead of having FOMO, it's more like, it's not the fear of missing out. It's the fear that you already missed out. Like, if you weren't there from the get-go, then what's the point? You know, I don't want to be days behind. If I feel like this is going to be a short-term thing, if it feels like this release cadence from Blizzard is that there's always supposed to be new shit coming out every month or two, then if I'm not there right at the start, I'm going to spend the whole time just trying to catch up, and then by the time I do catch up, new things out and everybody's moved on, and so what's even the fucking point? Cattle will just be raid logging in a week. I mean, maybe, but even still, if it's a couple days a week, you can get enjoyment out of it. I mean, it beats this. It beats sitting around on live trying to find keys that don't exist. I wish that I could just have fun doing lower keys, is the thing. I wish that I enjoyed doing like 10s. Just fucking around. That'd be nice, but... Oldemon, 18. Best run, 15. Like, that's just... I don't know. There's just, like, no way that turns out well is the problem. Tens feel harder than some higher keys at times, given zero knowledge of most encounters. Yeah, I mean, people will say, like, oh, sometimes it's harder to heal lower keys. And, like, that's not necessarily wrong, but it's not harder in a satisfying way. Is there any new BOEs? There's been at least a few more BOEs popping up over the last, like 12 hours. Do we have any more? Not really, I don't think. Thought I had a push team? Oh, some days we play, some days. Like our tank messaged, what time was it? Tank messaged at about 4 o'clock yesterday in the afternoon saying, oops, sorry, I don't think I'll be able to be here tomorrow. Which, okay. Season 4 is fun, but once you get past 16, you swear keys just drop off the face of the earth. Well, Blizzard hasn't done this season any favors in terms of the opening slate of affixes. It's been basically dog shit affixes like every week. We've had either bolstering or sanguine or raging, like every afflicted, incorp, like all of the shittiest weeks. I don't think we've had a storming week yet. I don't think we've had a spiteful week yet. It's just been, I don't think we've had a bursting week yet. Maybe we have, I can't remember, but I don't think there's been a bursting week yet. It's just been all of the shittiest affixes right out of the gate. So nobody that's pushing keys really wants to spend a lot of time doing that shit. Like sanguine, I mean, is it possible to push some higher keys? Yeah. But do you know that the next time that a tyrannical week rolls around where there's not fucking sanguine, it's going to be a lot easier? Yeah. And with, you know, like Mop Remix and Kata coming out over the last few weeks, I could either play dog shit sanguine weeks, or I could just go do literally anything else in WoW, and there's plenty of new shit to do. So I'm going to go do that instead. Sorry, I had to make an angry tweet right there. J.Brew, let's go. That's the other problem is I have no desire to play alts this season. There have been other seasons where I have wanted to play alts to some extent, at least have like characters kind of leveled up, ready to go. But the meta is so clear cut right now that like last season I played Disc and Mistweaver and Resto Druid in fairly equal amounts to start the season because I was raiding on Disc and I wasn't sure what the meta healer was going to be in Mythic Plus. So I just got all, did Mythic Plus on all 3 of them each week. Was doing like heroic raids on all 3 of them. And they were all fairly up to date. And I was even doing keys, like a few keys a week on like Holy Paladin and Evoker, just in case. But it seems so obvious what the meta is this season and very unlikely to change. And it's just like, I don't want to play on a shittier... I don't get any joy from playing on a shitty character. Like, it's not fun to me. It's not fun to log into a character with like 495 gear and just go blast at 10. It's like, I don't give a shit. Like, that's not fun. Thank you for the resub, babe. 4 months, appreciate it, and thank you for your continued inclusion in the J.Babes. God damn, man. Like, look, put fucking any dungeon up. God damn it. Are there dungeon? Okay, everything just has a healer in it. That's the problem, I guess. The 2 fucking... Dude, this is what I'm talking about. There's 2 fucking 18 Oldemons up. And they're both with people who have timed a 15 and a 14. Like, week 1 or 2, okay, you have a character, you think you can just slam you can just jump 3 levels on a dungeon. All right, maybe you can. Like, maybe you just haven't really been pushing the first few days, whatever. But we're a month into this season. If you haven't yet timed a 16 or a 17 or even a 15 Oldemon, I have very strong doubts that we're just going to walk in and bang that 18. Wanting to sell 519 mail belt with socket. Yeah, for sure you're not going to get fucking reported for that. Why can't I report that as an advertisement? Hello? Why are you immune to... Fuck? Inappropriate name, group name, selling a belt instead of making a real group. Those 18 sound like content? If I thought we could, like, slog our way through the dungeon. If these were, like, 18... I don't even know. Azure Vault or something, where I thought I could carry the group, but we might just... Well, there might be hijinks. It'd be one thing, but this 18, I can almost tell you right now, this 18 is just going to end on the first or second boss. Maybe even the first pull. When Sanguine goes to complete shit, or a totem doesn't die and we just wipe, and it's not particularly fun. What up, Turtle? This is the other problem with having a like a push group that doesn't actually play every day. Is I am reluctant to go do something like Kata, because I feel like if I do something like Kata, I'm gonna want to play it a lot. Like, if I'm gonna do that, I want to do that. I want to play it, and I don't think the team would be like, yeah, cool, just disappear for like a week or whatever. So you're stuck in this really dog shit, like, catch-22, where on the days your group doesn't play, there's nothing to do. Because you avoid doing shit like Kata or Mop Remix. Because it feels pointless to do those half-assedly. But if you were to go try to do Kata or Mop Remix, then your group is probably going to be like, no, fuck that. And then you potentially lose your spot in the group, which then sucks if you want to do keys. So really, I feel like this only works well if your group is also willing to all like fuck off together to Kata or Mop Remix. Like you just have, like I think the Echo guys are good about that kind of shit. You know, like they'll play together on live on push weeks, but then they'll also go play together on, you know, when Kata comes out, they'll all go play Kata together. Shit like that. And they kind of play as a team in a bunch of different kinds of content. Alpha has filled that void for you? I actually got on Alpha today just to see if there was a working version of LVY yet, and there's not. And I just like more or less refuse to play Alpha until add-ons are working. It is immersion breaking to play World of Warcraft without add-ons. I just can't. I can't get into it. If I am playing on the default UI and I try to do anything as a healer, I just end up getting really, really frustrated and being like, nah, fuck this. It's like unplayably annoying. And so I won't play it. And eventually they'll enable add-ons and they'll log on and we'll check some shit out and it'll be good. But until they do, I actually gave some thought to starting Elden Ring. I haven't played that. I kind of want to. I see that new expansion is coming out. I was like, maybe I should play Elden Ring. Am I going to stream it? I don't know. I would probably start it off stream and see how it was going. See if I actually liked it or not. The other thing I have to be careful about now with Elden Ring, the last FromSoft game I played was Sekiro. Only FromSoft game I played is Sekiro. And I played that shit at like... I played it when I was living with my buddy who had 2 young children. And I remember playing it into the wee hours of the morning, and it got to the point where I basically had to prevent myself from playing it beyond a certain time of the night because I would yell so fucking loud at like 2 a.m. that we risked waking some people up and teaching the kids some new words. And so eventually I had to like limit the times of the day that I could play that. And we are potentially now at the same point with Elden Ring where the kids just had their last day of school this week. So they are now home for the summer. So whereas throughout the school year, I can be a little more colorful with my language during my streaming hours. Now, we potentially have young, impressionable ears in the household throughout the day. What sort of age would I think of not watching my tongue around the kids? Well, I mean, the shit that I say on stream is probably the language that I use on stream, I should say, is probably the kind of thing where I would probably strive never to talk that way in front of the kids, just because even when they're like 40 years old or whatever, I'll probably feel some parental obligation to clean up my language a bit around them. $18 no coot. I've done that, right? Yeah. How old are they? They range in age from 18 to 10? I think it's 18 to 10. How old did I have them? They're not my biological kids, they're stepkids. Yes, that would have been the 18-year-old especially. That would have been some that would have been some fresh out of high school shit for me. What's even the fucking point of this, man? How am I not even seeing 17s? Like, Jesus Christ. That's an interesting group. Enhanced Shaman Rogue Preservation. All right, I'm gonna grab a drink. I'll be right back. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. I just set my fucking soda down and then accidentally almost knocked it the fuck over instantly. Alright, 17 Brackenhide. Do I just say fuck it and just do a Brackenhide because we're bored? Is there anything? Cataclysmal Clock? I feel like it's too late though. I feel like if I wasn't there for the fucking launch, I'm just behind. Step hit 85 like 10 minutes ago? Whoa, when did he start leveling? Obviously, I can do faster. I don't know if it's obvious. What's the meta healers in Kata? Some Pally Disc Priest. Dude, I got the epic upgrade code from Blizzard, but I had to use it on an NA account. So fuck, do I have to log into I have to log into a different client for this shit, don't I? Kata Classic. How long does this shit take to install? Oh wait, I have to start from level 1, don't I? That might be that might just be the deal breaker. Think there's a boost? Yeah, if I have to pay for a boost, I'm not playing this shit. I'm not going 1 to 85. That's part of the problem is I know next week's app fixes are good. It's what was next week? It was Freak said what they were. What were they? Fort Storming Bursting. Yeah, so it's Storming Bursting next week, so I know the team's going to want to play a bunch next week, which is what this is what I'm saying is like the shitty part about being in a push group is I probably have nothing to do for the rest of this week, but if I go to play Kata and I start leveling up and like hit 85 before the end of this week, as soon as next week hits, it's just going to be like slam live keys for like a week straight. Oh yeah, also doesn't Kata have all that annoying shit like what was everybody posting screenshots of doing like archaeology? Do you have to do that shit on Kata, like archaeology stuff? Dude, I wish there was. I wish Classic had NA and EU together. It's annoying that I have a boost, but it's on my NA account. I can buy one. Yeah, I don't want to spend. I don't want to spend money on Cata Classic. I am having trouble to convince myself to even play for free. I especially don't want to walk in and what's a 60 or what can you boost to? What even is the boost? 80? Yeah. So now I got to spend what? They're probably going to make me spend like 30 fucking dollars for that shit. $40 EU. Yeah, cool. So just, I could get a 1 to 80 boost, or I could just buy a different game and play that instead. Don't I have an F-flat mouse recorder? Yeah, but it only shows up in combat. Pick up a fighting game. Dude, fighting games and racing games are the two genres that I feel like I've never been even decent at those games. I feel like most other genres of games, there's been at least one game I've picked up that I felt like I got okay at. I don't think I've ever played a fighting or a racing game long enough to feel like I was competent in any measure. This is like I said, this is what I hate about being a fucking WoW content creator is there's always something just close enough around the corner to make me not want to start something else. Like we got a push week that starts next Wednesday. Which means anything I do, I only really want to commit to doing for the next like 4 or 5 days, which isn't enough time to commit to doing fucking anything. But that means the next 4 or 5 days I'm going to sit around refreshing a dungeon queue that's literally empty. I hate this shit. Hop on Genshin and throw the mortgage away? Are there any influencers on Genshin that get free shit? The company just like gives them stuff? That's what I need to find. I need to find a pay to win game, one of the gacha games where the company hooks me up with packs to open all the time. Should you aim to always have rejuve up on all the party? Fuck no. no. No, you should not aim to do that. Every 6 weeks, you get a free 10 pull. The dailies are super easy and give gems for pulls. The storyline gives you so many pulls. I actually installed Honkai Star Rail on my on a tablet that we had around here at some point. I think it was on Shauna's iPad. I installed Honkai Star Rail when it first came out because I had very loosely been aware of what Genshin was, and I was like, seems interesting. And then I saw Honkai was coming out, and I was like, oh, it's like a fresh start. I should check that out. And I think I played it for about 10 minutes, and I was like, eh. And then I set it down, and I never played it again. Maybe that was a mistake. Maybe I should have maybe I should have stuck with it. I say this as someone who is I think I've shown this a few times. I haven't really touched Marvel Puzzle Quest in at least the last year or so. I basically made myself quit because I was just fucking around with it too long. But this is my let me find the this is my playtime on Marvel Puzzle Quest. I played this game when it came out. I downloaded it, or fairly close to when it came out, which was like 12 years ago or something. And I played this game off and on for like 10 years. And this number's a little bit fake because I would like open it up and leave it open in the background when I was playing other games. Like if I was playing WoW, I'd have like Marvel Puzzle Quest open in the background. And then if I ever was, this is especially before I was a streamer, if I was like at a point like right now where I'm trying to find a group but no groups are around, I would just like tab over to Marvel Puzzle Quest and fuck around on it a little bit and then tab back over and refresh the group queue and shit. But I would say at least like 5,000 or 6,000 of these hours are legitimately spent playing this game. It's very mindless. I just had fun collecting shit and I like Marvel characters, so it was fun. It's the same reason I want to play that new Marvel Overwatch knockoff. I want an invite code to that game so badly just because I want to play Marvel characters that shoot each other. That would be very fun. So a few keys? Yeah. I mean, it's the combination of Kata coming out and this week having just really dog shit affixes. Think people are just about done mopping? Yeah, I mean, I feel like for the people that wanted to go hard on it, if you didn't already frog farm your cloak up, you're probably feeling like you missed the boat. And if you were going to play casually, you're probably not the person that was going to be in my queue for high-level keys. So I don't think Mop Remix is stealing people away from high keys at the moment. But Kata probably is. Mop Remix is on my U account. See things stop start. I was playing it off and on until the frog farming thing happened, and then I just lost all interest in Mop Remix. I didn't ever care about the cosmetics. Like that was never a reason I wanted to play. I just wanted to fuck around in the game mode and maybe hit in-game content to play around. But now that cloaks like that exist, I've lost all interest in playing the game. And in sort of a similar way to like pay-to-win games, when you see how much better someone's account can be when they drop thousands of dollars into the game that you play for free, and you're just like, well, I don't think I want to play this game anymore. It's a similar feeling now with frogged up cloaks. It's just removed any desire for me to want to engage with that game mode. When someone's doing 89% on retire rates, DPS feels bad. Yeah, I saw a screenshot from Icy Veins a few days ago where there was a monk doing literally more damage than everybody else combined. And it's like, why would anybody be interested in playing a game mode like that when that can exist? I don't know. It's, on the one hand, I like seeing Blizzard trying new shit, but on the other hand, they're doing it like very badly. Like, trying to innovate isn't an excuse for just releasing completely unhinged content like that. It was I feel like zero forethought went into Mop Remix. We're like, oh, let's just have every mob drop shit that can level up your character. Okay, cool. You should probably put some guardrails on that, right? Like, that seems, to anyone who's ever played an MMO before, if you're going to have a thing that scales practically infinitely, you probably want to definitely rein in the sources of things that can level that up. Make sure that there's not a thing that can just be done on repeat to gain substantial chunks. What the fuck? This guy's done this guy wants to do a 20 Oldemon, and I'm fucking here for it. Hell yeah, bud. Sign me up. This is where my double trinket's set up. The two... The guy doing the damage is probably having fun. Yeah, I'm sure they were. I'd be having fun too. And that's the thing, is like, if I was one of the Frog Cloak guys, I would for sure be like, fuck yeah, let's go do Mop Remix. Which is why, to me, the only option you have left is just to be like, I'm not going to play that game with you. If you're doing that much more damage and healing than everybody else, then I'm just going to go do something else. What's the huge damage spike at the start of Olemon's last boss? It seems to kill your healers and DPS. Knockback and dot overlap. Yeah, basically the boss puts out its first dot very shortly into the fight, and then it does a knockback like 2 seconds later. So you more or less have to have like a large defensive queued up at the start of that fight, which I think, unless you've been brutalized by that and have been sort of taught to be ready for it. If you're not expecting it, you just don't. You're not prepared for that amount of heat at the start of the fight, because it's like literally you pull the boss, like 5 seconds later debuffs come out, and then a knockback like 2 seconds after that. And if you just aren't, if you're, most boss fights don't just jump right into it, start beating your ass instantly. So I think most people like are getting their dots out and starting to position, and like you put out the first debuff and you're like, okay, I'm gonna get ready to, and then you're dead. Okay, let's go back to wearing double defensives, because we're gonna fucking need them. This is actually the use case for these trinkets. Doing 20 tyrannical Oldemon. This shit is going... I have zero expectation. Like, I have negative expectation that we time this dungeon. Or honestly even survive, like, the second boss. I fully expect the second boss to clap our cheeks together so fucking hard that you can hear it from a state over.
I do not know. We were
But
in the camp at Lonely Falls and were ambushed. They took Maratos.
if you were ever going to time this dungeon, this feels like the trinket setup to do it. You want to see the totem? I just want to see the group get formed. At this point, I don't even expect that this dungeon is going to get started. I will be shocked if we even get 5 people together to step foot into this. I'm shocked that this tank is trying to pug a 20 Oldemon. Just that they have queued it up is to me a small miracle. I don't actually expect us to fill this group and start this key, but if we do, I will be impressed if we can kill the second boss. Like, very impressed if we can kill the second boss. Because those totems are already fucking cranking on an 18. They already hurt and they already live a long time. And to make them hit like 20% harder and live 20% longer. Yeah. I wonder if this actually becomes a Verdant Infusion dungeon for me, because they will live so long that... I think this might actually be a... Verdant Infusion. I think I expect this to live so long that I'll actually get the kind of value out of Verdant Infusion that I need to justify it. Left or right? Why do I have rank 2 healing pots? Because I'm cheap. Last season it was because you really didn't need rank 3. You had like these healed for 533k, and you had, I think if I remember right, I had like 800k HP. So buying rank 3 made it go from giving me like 70% of my health to like 85% of my health or something. And it was like, I don't need a healing pot to heal me that much. And then it puts a dot on you that's proportional to the amount of damage. So you would probably heal yourself more than you needed, and then in exchange for that, you would put a bigger dot on yourself afterwards. So I was like, fuck it, I'll just do rank 2. Now I've just kind of gotten in the habit of purchasing them. Mostly I don't like spending 100 plus gold on a healing potion. Also, I just don't really use healing pots that much. It's part of the other thing. With the playstyle, with having life bloom on myself and a shitload of leech, it's very rare that I need to, and with having renewal, it's very rare that I need to health pot. Actually, would be curious to see. Do I have any dungeons on here? I don't think so. I think they've all gotten wiped from doing raid pulls. But I wouldn't be surprised if I go back the last like 2 or 3 dungeons and I haven't used health pot a single time. Who's this crazy tank listening to 20 Oldemon? Yeah, I don't know. I recognize the name. I don't know that I've played with them. I think I've done like a few keys, but they have a 20 AV done, so all right. Yeah, I think he's calling it. It was too good to be true. It was like too good of a key. A 20 Oldemon. It's like seeing a fucking McLaren out just in your neighborhood somewhere. What happened to the people who abused priests and other stuff that time 20 Oldemon? Nothing. They got a firm handshake. Any new BOEs up? No. Technically, I could get score from improving my tyrannical timer in Oldemon, but that's not really what I want to do. This is where I sort of miss things like covenants. Because you just can't really get that crazy with talents. There's just not really that many choices. With covenants, you could like fuck around and try different covenants, different What were the names of those things? Your bonded fucker. What? How am I already forgetting the name of these things? Different soul binds. Yeah. There you go. I had bond at least. Different soul binds. And you could just play weird shit, but there's really not that much weird shit to play. You could try like different embellishments, but none of them really do anything interesting. And as far as talents go here, there's only a few of them that even really change what you're pressing. It's like Treeformer Convoke, Flourish or Verdant Infusion. That's about it. But with Covenants, we could do, I could play some Kyrian Keys. And then if I felt like trying to do a bit more damage, we could play Necrolord and get some Adaptive Swarm going. Fuck around with Night Fae. Never play Venthyr. LOL. Actually, if they'd had Venthyr in the time of Heart of the Wild, that would have been a more interesting thing. Because if you would have popped Heart of the Wild and then Ravenous Frenzy, your Ravenous Frenzy would have still been in the window of Heart of the Wild, and by the end of that, you might have been able to do actually significant DPS. I feel like doing like Starfire, like sitting in Moonkin, spamming Starfire with Ravenous Frenzy. Like maybe you spend the first 10 seconds of Ravenous Frenzy like tab dotting, build up your stacks, and then just start Starfiring, and by the end of it, it's just like bang, 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 bang. That'd have been fun. Oh, man. Let's see. How many people are even on live right now? Okay, he's on live. 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 Okay, actually, a lot of people on live. Cata. Live. Cata. Live. Live. Cata. Is when I need to have an alt to play? Yeah, no. I have no desire to play an alt this season. Like that I consider that a sort of personal failing that I don't just desire to play alts all the time. It would certainly make being a content creator a lot easier if I had an insatiable desire to just play 10 different characters and always be leveling something, gearing something, learning something. But the fun part of this game to me is overcoming challenges. And playing alts doesn't do that. Now, if whatever I'm playing isn't capable or isn't the best thing of overcoming a certain challenge, then I will re-roll to a thing that is more capable of that. But to the extent that there is like one spec or class that is just like objectively the correct thing to play, I don't really have a strong desire to play the other things. Beyond just doing whatever's necessary to potentially keep them ready to go in case I need to swap to them. And in this season, there seems to be a very, very straightforward pick for what healer to play. Do I feel like the healer spot would be more diverse if there was a solid Druid DPS tank option? Last season it felt like there were other contenders for best healer and Druid got the nod because it fit in with the group better. I get the sense that this season Druid is not leaning solely on Mark of the Wild to be the meta healer. Based on what you hear from other healing specs, I think Druid is a very, very strong healing option and has good damage. To where even if you removed Mark of the Wild, I think Druid might still just be the play for healing groups. But I mean, that's part of the meta is so far we've really not seen a comp that didn't include a Druid. And so part of the meta is figuring out which of the Druid specs is going to be the one that gets played. So yeah, if Guardian Druid was good, like it was in season 2, or if Balanced Druid was good, which I don't really know that Balanced Druid's ever been this expansion good enough to be the clear-cut Druid choice. Certainly had comps with Balanced Druids in it, but since AUG has come out, it's felt like Shadow Priest Mage has been the dominant pick. But if neither Guardian nor Feral nor Balance are good enough to be chosen at their respective role, then it seems almost a guarantee that Resto Druid will be, unless it's just in a really dog shit state, for so long as Mark of the Wild exists. And this season, you're definitely not bringing anything besides Vengeance in the tank spot, and still seems to be very locked in on Mage, Priest, Aug for DPS. So that is what it is. Let's see. Ruby Life Pool 17. Do we just send it because... Fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. We'll just send it. They might do more after. Work your back, mommy, work your back. Oh, I picked this up in a heroic run earlier today, the Vessel of Searing Shadow, because apparently that's supposed to be pretty good for proccing the ring. I don't know that I'll use it. I don't even have the ring. The Aeronog ring. I mean, I guess it would proc the shield ring too, but you would play that to proc your Aeronog ring more. I don't suppose either one of you plays Icon, right? No shot. In Raid, there's at least a chance I would see an Icon. In Keys, it seems like a foregone conclusion that there's no fucking way. Bada. Has anyone ever gotten a 4K Raider IO score? Yeah, last season was 4K. Partly because there were just more dungeons, right? I think. Don't have ERT? Oh yeah, I forgot there's that window that ERT has. Alright, what do we want to play alongside this? I guess this... I actually kind of want to play Searing Vessel for, like, one key. Just to see what it does, damage-wise.
What brings you here?
Is there a, What eye level? Is it from M0? It's, Raid Trinket, but it's, from Heroic. So it could go to 522 if I leveled it up. What up, Boulder? $20 groups still forming? Nah, the tank bailed. Nobody was signing up for it. 20. That's the thing about 20 is some when you get a key that's that high, I think you can have people that would play it not even realize it's in the queue because they wouldn't even be looking for it. You might have people that would be willing to do a 20, but maybe they're like, oh, I'm going to search like 17 to 19 or something. Or they just type like 18 into the chat. And 20 is so high that it's just off of their radar. They just don't even know that it's there. That is the one instance where I would be okay with somebody putting a different key level than the one that you're actually advertising in the description. I can't fucking stand when people put like a 15 up and then type like 17, 19, blah, blah, blah to get people that are looking for higher level keys to see their key. But I think you could be forgiven for putting a 20 up and then putting like 18 or something in the group description, just because there would be people I think that would legitimately be interested in that key that just don't even realize that it's there because they're not searching for that level of key.
Well then, let us proceed. There is a universal justice.
Dude, Questionably Epic has a massive boner for brood keepers. If you tell it to if you tell it to assume really high uptime on being close to the person that you're linked with, it says brood keepers is like the best trinket in the game for healing. Let me find a list of quick item compare, import gear. All right, so like under these assumptions, so right now Questionably Epic gives value to ally buffs. It gives them half value. Basically, it says if you are buffing an ally, we're going to count that as half as valuable as buffing yourself. Now, in this, I have Incarnate as being both tank and healer, or both tank and DPS having it, which is not going to be true in this case. This assumes a 70% uptime on being close enough to get full value out of your Broodkeeper. And this is also assuming full value on Chromatic Essence and having all of the buffs in your group, which is, for Mythic Plus, probably not a reliable assumption. But if we put Chromatic Essence in here, I'm also shocked that Chromatic Essence is the only item in the game that has chromatic in the name. I feel like that's the kind of word that they would have used previously. Anyway, even if you assume that Chromatic Essence gives you the buff that you want and all 5 other people in the group are using it, Questionably Epic says Broodkeeper is still a better healing trinket than that, as long as you're close enough to get the full value of the trinket 70% of the time or more. And my Incarnate Icon, if I'm getting full buffs from it, is more valuable, but only because it has Leech. If you took Leech off of it, and you just made it 528 with no Leech, then it drops below this. So it says Broodkeepers with 70% uptime is like the best trinket you can wear for healing in keys. And if you start increasing this, if you make it assume like 80% proximity, this thing just starts gapping these other trinkets. Like at 80%, it's 2257, which is almost a full 100 points higher than Chromatic Essence, aka almost 5% better. If you were to have a magical fight, let's say you put it on a DPS player and you just camped on that motherfucker all fight long, and you had 100% uptime, this thing goes to being 2371, which is a full 200 points better than Chromatic Essence. That is almost 10% better of a trinket than a fully juiced up Chromatic Essence with the stat you want and all 4 other buffs being present in the group. It is better even than a fully juiced up icon with Leech on it. It is in fucking sane how much healing this trinket adds, assuming you're getting full value out of it. I don't know how realistic it is to assume you would have high uptime on being close to your target. That's the thing, is like, I could probably... the power of the buff, the HPS buff, is high enough for being close to the target, being within 15 yards, that it's worth optimizing it. It goes from... At 528, it goes from healing you... If you're more than 15 yards away from your bonded player, it goes from healing you for like 4,400 per second to healing you for like 10,000 a second. It increases the value of the HPS by like 150% by being close to somebody. The verse buff doesn't get like nearly that kind of massive gain to it. But the HPS part of it just skyrockets. So it is 100% worth trying to stay close to the person you're with all the time. I just don't know that it's actually that you need that kind of healing in a key. Maybe on a fight like third boss halls, where you're just taking constant damage. But on most fights, I feel like that trinket would just be mostly overhealing. But if you could get like full value out of it, it would just be crazy how much healing it's doing. If you're a monk in melee, you'll get that kind of uptime. Yeah, it would certainly be easier if there was a... Part of the problem is I don't think it's useful on a tank, because I don't think tank needs it. So I think that would just be like... Jesus, I think it would just be like pad healing. There's like something in my nose, dude. It might look good on the meters, but I don't think it's actually increasing the sustainability of the tank in a meaningful way. And in keys, at least, I feel like most of the time that you're with a DPS player, they're going to be sitting at full health or close to it, and getting more healing from that trinket isn't necessarily helping them much. But I could maybe see playing it, putting it on the tank, on like trash, and then moving it to a DPS player on a boss. And then I think ideally you would want a weak aura that would tell you when you're out of range of the person. You would want to know, I think, when you've moved more than 15 yards away from your bond, you would want a weak aura to be like, hey, find them and go to them. Which reminds me, I actually need wild charge for this dungeon. Probably don't need roar, I don't think. Actually, I could probably play roar and drop one of these points here. Oh, and I'm not playing this in here. Fuck that. Oh, I'm not playing Verdant now? I was only thinking about it in the 20 Oldemon. At this point, I'm still really only playing it in halls. I gave some thought to playing it in other keys, but pretty much every other key, I think I just prefer Flourish.
Avoid. Avoid.
Sit and eat. Okay. I was looking for a weak aura like this. This purports to be an efficient Broodkeeper range check. Where does this weak aura show up on the screen? Okay. That's like annoyingly in the middle of your screen. You would for sure follow along with that. There's a part of me that wants to just fuck around with it in this key. I'm gonna try fucking around with it in this key. We're gonna put it on. And I just want to see what kind of numbers I can get if I actually play around this trinket, like stay in range all the time. Who would I put this on? Who deserves this trinket? Like I said, I could probably put it on tank for trash and then swap it to DPS player for boss. But I need to remember to swap it is the catch. How do I where's the tank? Okay, so it says green. I was hoping it just wouldn't show up at all when I'm out of range. Can I change this? Conditions, amount, color, what if... Wait, what the fuck? If amount is less than 25... Oh, it just checks to see the... Wait, what the fuck? So I would need to, what's this checking? The HPS trigger? Let's change this to if it's less than 4,700, I guess. I think it's like 5,000. Huh. Let's, okay. Well, for the sake of testing it out, we'll try this. We're going to make this a bit smaller, but...
3, 2,
Sure, we'll just put a giant green icon in the middle of our screen. No big deal.
Alexstrasza charged us with protecting the life pools from the primalists. I pray they have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these...
It's red. No! It's green. Thank God. Whew. Okay, well. So far, he's already procced, so it's not a foolproof plan for keeping the tank alive. Oh, it's red. No. Screen. Okay. It's red. Sprint. It's green. Okay. Oh, it's gonna turn red. No, 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 no. Green. Okay, it's fine. My trinket's gonna save him. Ow, 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 ow. Something's beating my ass. Trinket, save me. Okay, let me... Yeah, yeah. It's red, no! Screen. Oh, he's about to get stunned. Oh, oh, shit. Oh, piss.
Next.
Next? Oh. Wow, look at that, dude. The weak aura told me to use my CC. Cool. Okay. So far, this is a very interesting pull. Okay, my Typhoon is technically next on the list of things to use to stop the thing. Oh, look at that knock, dude. Like, hang that shit in the fucking Louvre.
Dodge.
Okay. We're gonna move the trinket to... Who do we want to move the trinket to? Let's move it to the mage. Okay. Should have kept it on the tank.
Three, two, one.
Ah, fuck, it's red. No. Oh, shit. I'm dropping.
AoE.
It's still red. Where the fuck is the mage? It's green.
Three, two, one. Wins. AoE. Three, two, one. Wins. AoE.
It's red. No.
Three, two, one. Wins. AoE. Three, two, one. Wins. AoE.
Oh, he's almost fucking frozen. Holy shit. Wasn't even paying attention to that.
Three, two, one. Wins. AoE. 2, 1.
This is probably me, I think. Nope. Okay.
AoE.
Consume you!
3, 2,
This one, I believe, is me.
drop.
And shatter!
AoE.
Okay. Fuck, it's red.
Good work, champion. Now that you have secured the
Okay, how much healing did that do on this fight?
acquire your
Brood
aid
Keepers.
above.
2.3%. Not good. What about on trash?
The exposed life pools are in grave danger.
6.7% of 67k, I guess.
All the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her.
Okay, where are we going? Which direction?
Return to the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Okay. My trinket is green. My trinket is green. My trinket is green.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE.
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others.
Come on, Flame Dancer. I've got my trinket on you. Die, 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 you little rat. My trinket's red. No. Trinket's green. Phew.
Dodge.
Trinket's red. Trinket's green.
Dodge.
Red. Oh, Jesus. Is it worth standing in the fire?
Dodge.
All right. Boss about to be pissed. Red. No, 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 no. Mage, get back.
Dodge. Dodge.
It's red. No, 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 no. Green. Okay. Oh, red. Oh, Jesus.
2, 1. AoE. Three, 2,
I mistimed that. God damn it.
AoE.
Come on, trinket proc. Proc, 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 proc. There we go.
Clearing them out. Do not let the primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
Mm.
Knock.
Oh, I'm red. Oh shit.
2, 1. AoE.
Shit, I forgot. I have to meld.
Next.
Next. Okay. Good job, Weekora.
3, 2, 1.
You are almost to the master.
Oh, my trinkets on a lot of things. Kill them all. Kill them all.
Champion.
Continue killing. Relentlessly slaughter them. Even the Scorchlings. I feel like Anakin Skywalker saying that.
Three. AOE.
When do we have to meld?
Now.
When I get this living bomb, if I take it into melee and go bear form,
2,
a lot of times I'll steal aggro because it deals damage to the pack. That circle does, and I'm in bear form, so it's giving me like threat modifier.
The last pool is safe.
Oh, red! No, 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 no! Red! Come on, red! No, 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 no! Where's my green? Green. Ah, green. Okay. No, no, red! No, 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 no!
2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Dodge.
Which way are we going? Actually, I don't even know.
Bait.
Red. We're red. Piss. Piss. Green.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Bait. Three, 2, 1. Dodge.
Oh.
Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Bait.
I'm red. No, 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 no. I'm red. I'm red. I'm red. Oh God, mage, get over here. No, no.
2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Bait. Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Dodge. Bait. Three, 2, 1. Dodge. 2, 1, dodge.
Consume my enemies!
Bait. 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Not escape the heat! Tend to the flame!
Okay, what kind of healing did the trinket do on this fight? That's not... Come on, man. Really? Fucking 2% of the healing. I was promised such great things from this trinket. And instead it sucks. I'm going to move it to the tank for this. Maybe it's only ever good if you put it on the tank or something, because this is some horse shit healing.
3, 2, 1.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Okay, so can I do this without getting in combat? Perhaps. Okay, we're good. We'll move the trinket to the tank and then see how it fares. I'm red! Ah, shit! I'm green.
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Ow!
3, 2, 1. AoE.
Okay, how much healing did it do here? 4.6%. This will be a good test of it on this pole. This one actually slaps.
2. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2,
Oh no.
1. AoE.
One trinket proc. Yes! Fuck yeah, dude.
Cannot stop us. We are the truth.
Okay, we'll move it to a DPS for this fight, I guess. How much healing did it do on this, by the way? It did, 2%. Yeah, we're done using this fucking trinket ever again for anything besides raid.
Drop tap. Beams. Drop tap.
Trinket's red. Shit.
Drop. Stockhouse. Beams. Stockhouse. Beam.
Let us destroy these insects.
Stockhouse. Drop. Beams. Stockhouse. Drop.
Oh my god, dude.
Beam. Stockhouse.
Scorched earth.
Beam.
Shoot the gap.
Stockhouse. Stockhouse.
What the fuck?
Stockhouse.
Dude, did Chevy just meld?
Thank you, champion.
He said sorry, wanted to hit Greavy. Understandable.
Primalists are still a threat. We must be vigilant, lest we be caught off guard again.
Ooh, an avoidance staff. It's too bad you can't really justify playing that, but... Alright, so overall, how much did the trinket do? 3%? Not even 3% when I, like, min-maxed the fucking shit out of it. Now, 75% overheal. The amount of, the full amount of healing that did would have actually been pretty substantial if it had been necessary, but I just don't think there's ever a point where it will be necessary. None of these keys have the kind of profile that make this, I think, a useful trinket. But I did want to try basically doing like one key where I actually like min-max the uptime on it. Just to say, best case scenario for this trinket. Let's just say we spend the whole key being handcuffed to whoever we use it on and actually trying to move it around to people that we think will need it. How do we think that'll work? All right. So yeah, no more using this trinket. I mean, I guess there's some amount of value to giving the versatility to myself and the other person, but I mean, it's 130 verse. Like, what is that? Like 0.5% a verse or something?
Charmed.
Oh, forgot I left the party. It's gonna bug out the
You
fucking
know
auction
it
house.
well. I know it. Well then, let us proceed.
2 DPS trinkets play these days? It just depends on what the key is. All the time? No, probably not. Some of the time? Yeah. There's definitely some keys where I'm not worried about. God, I didn't mean to disenchant that, dude. These crystals sell for nothing. I wonder if they've gotten even cheaper. Yeah, they're selling for 21 fucking gold. How? Make this make sense to me. In what fucking universe is a resonant crystal 21 gold? Every item you can disenchant for this thing sells for like at least twice that much. Where the fuck are you coming up with resonant crystals that you can sell them for 21 gold? That doesn't make any sense. Like, look at this ring. I feel like a ring is probably one of the cheapest things. I think this vendor's for like some of the cheapest amount that you could vendor anything for. It's 509 ring. Maybe this goes down with eye level. I don't know. Like maybe a lower eye level thing sells for less. I'm not sure. But even if this ring sold for like 40 gold, the best that you're going to do from this ring is get 2 resonant crystals from it. And that would basically make it equal to just selling the ring. And that's the worst case, like, purple thing to sell. Resourcefulness procs? But the best resourcefulness proc you can get is 2. Unless I've just never gotten it. Unless I've disenchanted hundreds of things and never gotten anything better. The best you can do is 2. So you'd have to be procking like 4 or 5 of these crystals to make it worth not just vendoring most of these items. I don't understand this. It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen on the auction house. I have no idea how you can sell these things for 21 gold and not just make a substantial, or I guess you're not losing money, but like compared to just vendoring all the items that you're using to disenchant, where is this magical source of resonant crystals coming from where it makes sense to sell them as crystals instead of just vendoring the item that you're disenchanting? It's very weird. Okay, an 18 ruby. We've trained for this. They were 100 gold on your server? Yeah, like, there's for sure, but even on my server, these things were selling for hundreds of gold a few months ago. But over the last, like, month, they've just cratered. To well beyond it making any amount of sense. I mean, I could understand there being like a glut of items at the start of an expansion or at the start of a tier where people are like farming dungeons, disenchanting a bunch of shit, blah, blah, blah. Like maybe I could see the price coming down, but for them to sell for basically less than the cost of a vendored item, and you don't even get a resonant crystal from everything you disenchant. Like there's plenty of times, I'd say it's like 50-50, I don't know, that you disenchant something and you don't even get a resonant crystal, you just get a vibrant shard. So I would venture to say the average item disenchant leads to less than 1 resonant crystal. So where are these things coming from? Where are these resonant crystals coming from that people can just sell them for 21 gold? Okay, if we're not playing this weird-ass trinket, what do we want to play? In Ruby, I don't think Ward really makes sense. I don't think I need it for anything. I guess we could just play Icon for Leech. I could try playing Vessel of Searing Shadow. How many Flight Stones do I have? I'm kind of curious what the proc rate on my ring is if I play this trinket. Okay, we have 1,500 Flight Stones to play around with. So I don't think we're running out of these anytime soon. So let's level this thing up. Okay, so I don't care, right? Like 300, losing 300 flight stones isn't going to matter to me, right? I don't think so. I don't have that many things left to upgrade. Okay, let's try playing this thing, and we'll also try playing... Where'd it go? And we'll try playing the ring and see how it feels. I'm just gonna go hit the dummy for a little bit, see how often we get like flame procs off this thing. Actually, I'll do this. I don't... Okay, so we've procced Unstable Flames. Okay, we proc Broodkeeper. I think this is maybe what makes this such a high uptime of, I think this debuff is what makes this such a good procer of the rings, is when you get this, your haste goes up, and then you suffer fire damage. A very trivial amount. It's 2,000 fire damage every, whatever, 3 seconds. Like, it's a tiny amount. But I think the fire damage you're dealing to yourself can proc this ring. Is what I think is how. I'm assuming I am taking fire damage right now. Yeah, deals fire damage to you. So I think, even though it's dealing it to you, I think it's counting as fire damage dealt. And so this ring is just proccing at what I'm assuming will be like a very high uptime. What's this fucking deep? Okay, that's the Ravenous Shadow. That's the trinket. Okay. How much is it doing? Not a great amount, but we do get a haste buff from this. If I started playing the Aranog ring, this would make a lot more sense, I think. What the fuck am I listening to? Call of the Yeti. Okay. Well, anyway, it seemed like this is proccing the ring a lot. So that's interesting. And the fact that it does that so effortlessly... All right, I need to pee real quick before we jump in here. Barbie. Okay. Okay. I guess we'll start flying to Ruby Life Pools. When the sun comes up. This group formation is taking a while. February 18. Okay, we've got a mage, and now we'll find out what the 5th and final spec will be. And then I finally get to test this trinket out. Think he's gonna be a Windwalker? The fucking Doctor Strange meme of what I've visited 6 million futures or whatever. Saw a Windwalker in one of them. Hey, what's this? Did you just order a... Oh, wait, this. I see it. I thought this was a light bar or a sound bar.
Oh,
I was like, did you just get that in like one day?
I would do that. I'll do that. Maybe you can have it tomorrow.
Leave it. What's this for?
That's for me.
Are we promoting this?
Steam Deck.
Should I hold this up on stream or no?
No, but you can
Okay.
be like, no, you could. I mean, no, you're not being paid for this right now.
Okay. Then we're not going. I'm not being paid for this, so we're not going to show it on stream.
No, it's for me.
Okay. Did we buy it or did we just get it?
We just got it.
Okay.
I'm gonna play a game on it.
Shauna got a
Steam Deck OLED.
unnamed OLED handheld product.
What? Oh yeah, yeah, not sponsored.
A non-branded OLED handheld device. He's going to play games on it. I bought Shauna for her birthday a Nintendo Switch several years ago. She used it for about 2 days, and we no longer know where that fucking thing is.
I do. It's stuff that the kids play on it.
Yeah.
That's so Natty can play with Ryan.
Hmm.
The button. You could put.
She wanted to play Breath of the Wild,
Yeah.
and so I bought her one.
And then I got too mad.
And she played it for 2 days, and then I never saw that fucking Switch ever again. But this one will be different.
Like the other unnamed. Actually, the other unnamed handheld device is still. I think it's supposed to be shiny and nice. You could put The Witcher on it, and then I can sit on the couch and
Play it
The
for one
Witcher.
day, and then...
But not.
Mhm.
You're so mean.
We can watch airplanes on it.
No,
An OLED.
is our TV OLED?
No. Just the...
Is that better than our TV?
I mean, per size, yeah.
Not.
The thing with the TV is it's much bigger. Mucho grande.
Yeah, but
Okay,
that
we gotta
packs
do a
a-
key now.
that packs a punch.
We'll play with that afterwards. Let's see. What's the route we're doing here? Da-da-da. Okay. Brap. Okay. Come up. Skibbity. Bop-a-da-bop-bop-bop-bop. And we do the dragon on that pole. Yeah, this looks fun. What IEMs am I using? These. E. B. Sa.
Avoid.
All right, little trinket. Impress me with your uptime on my ring. Ibiza. Which trinket are we trying out? Vessel of Searing Shadow. Because due to the way this trinket works, it supposedly gives mini fire damage procs for the purposes of your rings. And I'm mostly curious how many more ring procs it gives, because I don't think this trinket is worth playing on its own. I'm not under the impression that it's a good trinket by itself. But if you were to be running both the Steel of Filial Duty and Aeronog's Ring, it might be worth taking the performance downgrade on your trinket if you're a spec that doesn't have a lot of fire damage. You know, if you're playing like Evoker, you probably don't need much help from your trinkets to proc your rings, but Druid doesn't do any fire damage naturally, so even though I'm wearing Vikash, that doesn't proc nearly enough to get full uptime from the rings. And if this trinket is at least okay, and it gives really high uptime on the rings, might be worth considering.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Alex Raza charged us with protecting the life pools from the Primeless. I pray they have not infiltrated too deeply. Ensure the eggs are safe and eliminate any threat on these sacred grounds.
Stop that one.
Avoid.
Come here, Mr. Juggernaut. We're gonna pound you, dude.
Avoid.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, dude, what a great time for fucking Volcanic, man. Fuck this dog shit fucking affix. And this fat fuck, dude, I am so tired of Druid forms being 3 stories fucking tall and making your character model so fucking big that you can't see shit underneath you.
Next.
This pull is so fucking cursed.
If only you could have understood the righteousness of our cause. I will not allow you to disturb Meladrusa's work.
Dodge.
Where's he pointing? I'm gonna die to that, aren't I? Okay, not me, but somebody else.
My allies sacrificed themselves so that I could return these eggs to their natural state. I will not fail.
Dodge. 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 Dodge.
Come on, Trinket. End his life. Excellent.
You will not interfere. Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
And shatter.
AoE.
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. 2, 1. Wins.
And shatter!
AoE.
I am sorry, but I need your strength, little ones. My chill will freeze your bones. Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
Frozen and shatter.
AoE.
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
Frozen and shatter.
AoE.
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Drop.
Frozen and shatter.
AoE.
Okay, I don't really have to go bear form for that, I don't think. We have enough health.
My chill will freeze your bones. Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
And shatter.
Okay, dude. Jesus fucking Christ, what if I got dragged into that volcanic and it knocked me up as I was finishing my spellcast? Very fucking cool.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
And shatter.
AoE.
Ice consume you.
3, 2, 1. Wins.
Frozen and shatter.
AoE.
Ice consume you.
This boss takes a while to die, eh?
3, 2, 1. Drop.
And shatter.
AoE.
Ice consume you.
Alright, how much healing did we do with the ring? Damn, dude! 3.7%! Sheesh!
Above.
That's fucking real. That's not even fully leveled up. That ring is still only 522. I'm feeling if we had that at 535, that would have been 5% of my healing.
The exposed life pools are in grave danger.
Maybe this little fucking trinket.
Attempting to burn all the nesting areas. You must clear them to get to her. I will keep watch from above while I confront the dragon who is leading this assault.
Quickly, take the eggs. Save as many as you can.
Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1.
Well done. You have secured the first pool. Now see to the others.
Dodge. 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 No.
All right, this is where I have to potentially meld.
3, 2,
Ready?
1. AoE.
Melding. Nope, didn't meld. Melding now. Yaha! Wow, that was... I thought I could meld midair, but I could not. On fortified, I would have died there.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1.
Keep clearing them out. Do not let the Primalists desecrate this hallowed space.
Is Tree better than Trank? Well, yeah, for sure. Trank sucks. I wouldn't even take Trank. But that's not... You're picking between Tree and Convoke, not Tree and Trank.
Three, 2. AoE. No.
Aspects watch over.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1.
You are almost to the master of these minions. Hurry onwards, champion.
2. AoE.
Ours is a solemn burden.
3, 2, 1. AoE. Knock. 3, 2, 1. AoE.
Shit. God damn it, that proc is cheat. I lost line of sight for a second because of this stupid little pillar thing.
1. AoE. Knock. 3, 2, 1.
Come on.
The last pool
Make my
is
trinket kill this thing. Come on.
exposed.
Come on.
Attack that
Come on. Come on.
primus
There we go.
Before she can summon reinforcements.
Okay, so we're going around this thing. I didn't pay attention.
Bait. At 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Not escape the heat.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Consume my enemies.
Bait.
Erupt with their power.
At 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Not escape the heat. End to the flame.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Not escape the heat.
Oh shit, we let another. Okay. F.
Be overwhelmed by the flame.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Consume my enemies. End to the flame.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Bait.
Be overwhelmed by the flame.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Not escape the heat. End to the flame.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Consume my enemies.
Bait.
Erupt with their power.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Cannot escape the heat. End to the flame.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Consume my enemies.
Bait. Bait.
Oops.
3,
It's probably not the play.
1. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Bait. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Dodge.
I have a feeling this Inferno might be going off.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. AoE.
Alright, that was spooky right there at the end, but that's fine. Alright, how much did the shield do on this one? Not quite as much, only 2% there.
Three, 2, 1. AoE. 3, 2, 1. AoE. Three, 2, 1. AoE. 3, 2, 1. AoE.
Oh, that's unfortunate. We just full healed that channeler. What's up?
Three, 2, 1.
Oh, we are leaving, I guess. Okay.
3, 2.
Okay, so overall data. Where's the ring end up? 3.5% on the overall. And that's, again, with... I'm about to go, honestly, I'm about to play this fucking trinket all the time and level this ring up to 535. That's, that is dramatically different than the amount of healing I've been getting off this ring from other dungeons. I was holding on to some aspects because I didn't really want to put them in my ring. As the trinket's damage? That's a good question. Let's have a look. You know, not great. Not great. I do think you would, if you're going to play this trinket, you would probably need to commit to wearing the Aeronog ring as well. Barak trinket defo better? Well, Barak trinket... Okay, so first off, well, comparison of the two. First off, this gives int instead of verse, so more useful as a healing trinket. Second, it does... The amount of damage it does is not reflective of the entire value of the trinket, because it also gives you haste throughout the course of the stacking up of the amount. So the damage it deals is part of it. It, I think, is pretty dog shit on AoE. I think it does better on single target. So, like, this would probably be best case scenario. Let's see what it did on this fight. Yeah, it did 3.4% on Kokia, which was like 40% of Umbral Skull. So from in that sense, it was definitely worse for damage. But it does give this Unstable Flames buff. And what I can't tell from this, because it's a stacking buff, this gives some amount of haste. But I'm not sure how much at any given time. I definitely felt like I had a lot of haste that key. Which is partly because I'm playing this ring instead of the ring I replaced it for. Which was this ring. Similar amounts of mastery, but this ring was crit and filial duty is haste. So we picked up like 500 haste from that. And then from this trinket, it definitely felt, I could feel the haste difference on that key. I felt like I was casting quite a bit faster throughout the duration of the key. So the trinket's giving you some amount of haste, I think virtually all the time. It's giving you occasional damage, which is not great. And it gives you main stat. I think the use case for this would be you would want to play both fire proc rings. And this trinket would help with that in some respect, because one of the, I think, notable issues with playing both of those rings is you lose a shitload of haste by doing that. The Aeronog ring has no haste on it. The Filial Duty ring has a pretty small amount of haste. So even in this season where we are swimming in secondaries, if you play only 500 haste across both rings, you are going to need to find a lot of haste somewhere else. Like if I completely remove this ring to simulate the amount of haste I would have without it, we're back underneath the, we're not even hitting the 10% cap. Now, there's some things I could do, like I could catalyze these bracers to go from verse to haste. The tier bracers are haste. That would push us back up to just about the 10% cap. And I think if I were to, for instance, get the Aranog cloak, I think that catalyzes into a high haste, low verse cloak. So that would be like a 535 cloak with haste on it. So we'd gain some there. But for sure, you're gonna feel like you have to come up with haste in a lot of places if you're playing the Aranog ring. But having said that, this trinket feels like it actually maximizes the value of the fire rings. And getting 3% of my healing, 3% of my healing, 3.5% actually, of my healing from a key like Ruby, where there's a lot of healing to be done. And that's with this ring at 522. If it were to be leveled up to 535, I feel like that probably would have crept up to closer to 5% of my healing. That's a lot of fucking healing. And it has the knock-on effect of I play Blue Silken Lining, where you need to be above 90% HP for it to kick in. So having a shield that helps kind of buffer your health and protects you from dropping below 90% from like incidental damage. It's not going to stop you from dropping below 90% if you get hit with, like first boss Chill Storm. When that shit goes off, you're definitely going below 90%. Kokia, when the Inferno cast goes off from the ad, definitely going below 90%. But there may be some damage, like first boss in there, for instance, on Chill Storm, it does the like pulsing damage for a few ticks until it does the big explosion. Having the ring proc right there may protect your health from going below 90% during the pulsing part, which would keep your Blue Silken Lining up, help you keep people topped off before the explosion happens, give you a better chance of surviving that. So it kind of feeds into having that ring kind of feeds into a Blue Silken Lining playstyle. It helps with that. So anyway, yeah, I don't know what I was expecting from this trinket necessarily, but that was a very... I may go back and try to play without the trinket again, just to make sure that leveling the ring up didn't make the number go up a lot more than I was expecting. So we'll do a key without that and see what the uptime of the ring is otherwise. But my suspicion is it will be noticeably smaller if we can find another fucking key to do today. Why did we give it the key? We were not yet on the mini boss, and we had like 4.5 minutes left. So we needed to kill both the mini boss and the last boss. And we had like a full health channeler because I've been bathing in sanguine. So the time left in the key was pretty bad.
Good fortune to our friends.
Does the trinket apply the Aranog ring damage to whoever's taking fire damage, or does it go on the enemy? I think it's just random, anything you're in combat with. I think. Because, for instance, in this case, I'm pretty sure that the reason that this trinket is proccing the shield ring so much is because the fire damage that it's dealing is, I believe, to you. I think that's the source of the high uptime of the ring, is that this trinket, you get a buff that increases your haste and deals fire damage every 3 seconds to you. A relatively trivial amount. It's like you can see from the tooltip, it's 3,800 fire damage. And so it's a very small amount, but it gets applied every 3 seconds. So I'm pretty sure that the fire damage that is proccing the ring is actually to yourself. And so it wouldn't be to any targets, like any enemies. Does Helm enchant proc ring? I think so, but I think it's a relatively low uptime. Like, that's the thing you have to keep in mind. There's a lot of sources of fire damage in this game, but if it's not a high, consistent, like a highly procking, consistent kind of thing, it's not going to proc the ring very often. You know, like, for instance, Ruby Whelp Shell does fire damage, but it procs once a minute. So, yeah, it does fire damage, but, like, if anything's proccing once a minute, it doesn't really fucking matter. Helm does nature damage? I'm pretty sure when it explodes. The fuck is that? Set this. It's bramble barrier, right? Maybe that is nature, but I thought I remember it being fire. I can't even see the coloration on the bar. Maybe there is no coloration on the bar because it's such a small amount of damage. Think it's nature? Okay. Maybe it's nature. I thought it was nature too, but then I saw something recently that made me think it was fire. I don't even remember what it was that made me think it was fire. A very helpful tooltip. But yeah, even if it is fire, I mean, it hit twice over a fight that was 4.5 minutes long. So it says damage type on the window to the right side. Oh. Okay, let's have a look. Oh yeah, nature. Okay, yeah, I see. Maybe that was it. Maybe I did see it. Maybe I saw the helm enchant that was Boomy on a key where I played Boomy at the start and then swapped and played healer, and then maybe I was looking through the log and saw a proc and was like, oh wow, that's healer. Helm enchant. I didn't realize it was fire. Yeah, dude. It's actually like kind of a crazy amount of healing on the trash between first and second boss. The ring was fucking 5% of my healing, and it was not an insignificant amount of healing that I was doing at that point. That was sustained 213k HPS from first to second boss, and the ring did fucking almost 5% of that. That's kind of crazy. And it makes me want to level the ring up. The only thing that's preventing me, I think, from doing that right now is that I want to make sure that it's not actually the trinket that's... I want to make sure that the trinket is what is, I think, causing that high uptime, not something else. Although I guess if it's doing that no matter what, I guess I would want to level the ring up anyway.
Come, shop, browse.
Oh, I'm gonna put more drops in my eyes real quick. I keep forgetting to do this. I put them in the morning and then I forget about it all day. Partly because I don't think it's actually helping, so... Don't understand the Shadow Vial. So, assuming you're talking about this, this has a buff that it gives you that deals fire damage to you very consistently, which appears to proc your ring a lot. I need to do a bit more testing to see if it's actually some other reason, but I just got done doing an 18 ruby. We didn't complete it, but we got to basically the last boss before we left. And over the course of that key, the ring accounted for 4% of my healing, and I've never seen it be like anywhere near that high before. I think in the past it's been like under 1% of my HPS. Where's that trinket from? It's amalgamation from Aberrus. I managed to snag one from Heroic today. But you can buy it off the vendor. Which ring is this again? Either of the fire proc rings from Vault. The one from Aeronog or the one from Broodkeeper. Doing damage to yourself to get the shield? Yeah, I recognize the seeming sort of self-defeating nature of that. The trick is the amount of damage that the vessel does to you is insanely small. Like comically small. It deals 3,800 fire damage to you over 30 seconds. Now, I don't know that it's actually that small, but I think it was ticking every 3 seconds, and I think it was ticking for like 2k damage or something. What's the shield uptime? What am I looking for here? So, auras, it was up 21... Is that right? I feel like that's not right. No. Alright, shield was up 22% of the time in the key. The amount of damage that I took from the trinket was... What even is that called? This? Yeah, I think this. So I took 390k. Oop. Where'd that go? 390k from it. And probably the majority of that did not eat away at the shield. Majority of that was probably when I was not shielded. There's no world in which that ring plus that trinket is better than Ward. So one thing that I'm not sure about is I remember Face was telling me that Ward does not, or excuse me, you're talking about Ward. I thought you were talking about Ray Chart. I think somebody else was talking about Ray Chart. Is Ward not just straight better than that? Well, the value of this ring or of this trinket would be that you get both the benefits of this, like the trinket does some amount of damage. It's not a high amount of damage, but it's definitely more than you would get from Ward. It also gives you a haste buff. It's not a super high haste buff, but it's definitely more than you get from Ward, which is nothing. It gives you the same amount of primary stat as Ward does. It is it enables a ring from your, or a shield from your ring. That doesn't go on other people, but you could still play Ward alongside that trinket. Like if you needed to shield other people, you could. And the amount of shielding that you get from this ring is actually pretty significant. Assuming this is not a one-off result from this dungeon. The ring did 3.5% of my healing. I wouldn't be surprised if I was slamming Ward on CD if Ward only did like 5% of my healing. Ruby is probably one where each ring shield will get used to, probably a bit lower. Yes, but the counter argument to that is it did 3.5% of my dungeon in a dungeon where I'm doing a shitload of healing. Like, you would say, okay, in other dungeons, you're not going to be taking as much damage, so the ring would do less healing. True, but we're also going. I'm just not going to be doing nearly as much healing in other dungeons. So it may stay proportionally high. If you look at a dungeon like Azure Vault, yeah, if you're playing the dungeon well, I shouldn't be really healing much outside of the tank for most pulls. So maybe the ring, most of the shields don't get consumed, but my healing's not going to be that high anyway. Like, I wouldn't have needed ward in that dungeon either. Like using Vessel on your priest proctor rings. Yeah, and that's the other thing is that this is all in the discussion about simply one ring. I could also be playing the Aranog ring, in which case I think this trinket would be giving me a lot of damage from the Aranog ring. I will need to buy it to test it out. But I say this as I passed on an Aranog ring with a socket on it in my vault last week. Thoughts on Raychart versus Ward? I would, barring something weird, I would probably use Ward all the time over Raychart. I don't think Raychart is an especially useful trinket in a world where Ward exists. Not even for the damage? I mean, to me, if you're going to be playing the trinket for the damage, play a damage trinket. Rage Heart does good damage for a trinket that gives you an absorb. It does pretty pathetic damage when you compare it to Tome or Umbral Skull or Belorolos or any of the real damage trinkets. And it gives you verse instead of int, so it's also reducing the amount of damage you're doing from all the rest of your spells. You'll lose overall damage from playing Ward instead of a main stat trinket. And the amount of damage the trinket itself is doing will be significantly smaller on Ward than it would be, or on a Rage Heart than it would be on one of the real DPS trinkets. So if you want to play a DPS trinket, play a DPS trinket. If you want to play a trinket that gives you an absorb, play Ward. And then I guess the question is there a world where you want to play both an absorb trinket and a damage trinket combined in one? And that seems like a very niche thing. What's the ice looking trinket I'm using there? It's Umbral Skull from Azure Vault. The other Azure Vault trinket that's not Tome. It just puts a dot. Ooh, what is this? Need one AUG. Never I'm gonna sign up and just say orange AUG. Orange AUG. Is Icon good anymore? It is good, but it's not what it was in Season 1 relative to other trinkets now. And in order to make it truly worth playing, you need other people playing it, and most other people don't want to play it. It's good for healers if you want haste, and I think most healers do. So if that's the case, then it's good for that. But you need other people playing it, or else you could play really any other trinket, or not any other, but you could play several other trinkets that are probably about as good as Icon. And you'll, I think, have a hard time this season finding Even in Raid, where there's a lot of people, I think you're going to have trouble finding their icon. In 5-man groups, I don't think there's any. When am I going to make a podcast? I need somebody else out there that actually wants to produce the podcast for me. If there's a podcast I'm a part of where I just show up once a week for like an hour or two and I talk into my microphone and then I don't think about the podcast again until next week, and the guests are taken care of and the editing is taken care of and the distribution is taken care of and all that shit, sign me up. But if I actually have to do any of that other shit, probably not going to have a podcast for a while. Have anything, you should just join Max's podcast. I mean, that's at a point where you got four dudes on a podcast, you better have a pretty good reason, I think, to have 4 dudes on a podcast. All right, do I just say fuck it and throw my aspects into my ring? It would let me cap out my ring. You know, I would finish using my remaining aspects. What are the alternative uses of aspects this week? None, really, unless I buy something. If I bought, like, shoulders, I could use the aspects to finish them. If I bought a belt, I don't think I'll be buying either of those things this week. If I'm going to buy them, I want to buy avoidance ones, and I don't think avoidance shit's going to be cheap until all the raids come out. Maybe not even then, but right now the avoidance shit's selling for like 2 million, so I don't envision myself buying belt or shoulders at those prices. Barring that, I don't think there's anything else to spend my aspects on this week. We don't craft again for another week after next, so I don't need to save any aspects for crafting. So next week I'll just have another full 120 aspects to spend, which would be enough to level up my neck, shoulders, belt. Pretty much everything, actually. Yeah, I think next week I'll get enough more aspects to just finish leveling up everything. Unless I were to get like a fucking Sark cloak or something, which isn't even possible next week because it's not Aberrus week. I guess I could get it from the vault. That would be that'd be funny. Did I craft 3x to embellish in a flavor pocket? No, I actually crafted 3 embellishments because I wanted another blue silken lining piece for when I play Boomkin. I don't want to run the fur coat when I play Boomkin, so I crafted blue silken lining boots this week. And then next week will probably be, or next craft will be probably a flavor pocket. All right, well, fuck it. Let's level up our ring. I have convinced myself. Okay, I have to reload. Oh yeah, did my, I felt like maybe my nameplate shit got reset. Did it? It did. Why does this keep getting reset? Last modified by threat plates. Threat plates. Why in the fuck do you keep resetting? I don't understand this. It keeps resetting this fucking overlap value. Every fucking time. Like every day this resets it. And I don't know what's making it do this. Is there something about my fucking like profile that's causing it to? I'm gonna just try saving a new fucking profile. What's today's date? 5/23/24. Maybe a new profile will lock in these settings. Can also change the overlap in advance. I do have it. What AIO tells you is which thing modified it. So I set it here, or that I've tried setting it in both. But if you mouse over it, it'll tell you that this value was last modified by whatever add-on. Whenever it changes, it's always that tidy plates changed it, or threat plates, I guess. Threat plates is the thing that changed it, and so I'm trying to figure out why the fuck threat plates keeps changing this value. Why does it keep resetting it to default? Could you craft a neck for 525 with mastery haste or verse haste? I mean, it's just up to you. If you think you need more healing, mastery's good. If you want a little more survivability, a little more damage, verse is good. And at the end of the day, it's you can recraft it, whenever you want. So I wouldn't sweat it too much. Just make it. The important part is getting the eye level. Get the eye level, play with it. If at some point you decide like, I actually feel like I would have liked the other stat, just recraft it. Is Beacon ever the play? The only time I think you would ever use Beacon would be Brackenhide if you were really concerned about killing totems. And even then, it would be the second trinket I would use. The first trinket I use would be Baloralos. And then, if you already have Baloralos and you still want more totem killing burst damage, you could equip Baloralos and Beacon. But Beacon, I would only ever use it for that boss, and only if I was already using Baloralos. Oh yeah, also, maybe we could do, I didn't have it, enable these on startup. Yeah, maybe we'll try that. I mean, that was enabled and it was still not working. Like, it was still resetting itself, but maybe if I click that after these have been set to 0.6 and 0.7, maybe it'll, like, lock that in. Vertical overlap keeps resetting back to 110%. Oh, this is an old-ass issue, huh? All right. Let's see. This issue surfaces every few months, I feel. Until now, it has never been related to threat plates, but to one the following situations. The setting for overlap is not stored in the TP profile, but in a WoW C variable. Every now and then, WoW seems to have a bug where C variables are not saved, but reset after each reload/relog. There are add-ons that restore C variables, probably because of the above bug, e.g. advanced interface options. TP does not do that. You can test the first assumption by disabling all add-ons, set the C variable, then reload and check. Yeah, I mean, I have set it through advanced interface options and it still resets, which is the frustrating part. I've done both. Damn, I actually want to do the... I want to do that academy. How long? I gotta ask. Fuck. Yeah, we can get rid of all this weird text in here. Oh yeah, I never actually upgraded my ring. I went to go reload my shit, and then I went off on this tangent about...
Go carefully.
Okay, we're going to try reloading again. Well, let me set this. Okay, I'm going to set this through... Okay, let's try this. 0.6, yes. 0.7, okay. Reload. All right, let's check again. AIO. C variable. Overlap. Okay, well, it's at least stayed established through a reload. That's good, I guess. Now, where'd that ring go? Let's level this fucker up. Doot, 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 doot. Okay. Okay, good. That gave us 526 in bags. Excellent, excellent. Why are we using mirror? Wait, which one? Wait, mirror? What's mirror? Umbral scope thing? Or is this thing called mirror vessel? Vessel? We're testing it out because I think it gives you really high uptime on your rings. Because it gives you a buff that deals fire damage to yourself every 3 seconds, which I believe is causing your rings to proc a lot. So I'm using the Seal of Filial Duty, but honestly, if I continue using this trinket for that, I'll probably swap to the Aeronog ring too eventually. And lean into that. Wouldn't Tome Vessel be better? I like running Fractured Heart as a healer. I know it looks worse on details, but I have a suspicion that if you were able to sim like an entire group clearing through trash for like 5 pulls in a row, that at the end of it, you will have gone faster with 1 or 2 people wearing Umbral Skull than you would have with like everyone wearing Tome. Because I think the damage profile of Umbral Skull is very very useful, where it finishes mobs. And if that happens with the last mob of a pull, that is literal just however much time you saved at the end of that mob's health, that's time saved on the pull. And that's not the way that Tome works necessarily. Like, Tome hits a bunch of shit, but if it procced on the shit that was already low health, like if you had a pull with 8 mobs in it, but some of them have 10 million health, some of them have 2 million health, and Tome procs on all of them, Tome's going to look like it did a shitload of damage, but really all that it did was murder the 2 million health mobs faster. They were already going to die well before the end of the pull, and you didn't need to do any extra damage to them. They were going to die through people doing cleaves that were going to hit them no matter what. And putting damage into them was pointless. Whereas if you would have gotten an Umbral Skull proc on the 10 million health mob when it hit 5%, you just boom, slam 500,000 damage at the end of its health, and that was likely the thing preventing you from going to the next pull. So that 500 health at the very end was just like the most valuable of the damage that could have been dealt to that mob. All right, we're about to see what the first pull in this dungeon looks like. I don't think we've done this place on Sanguine yet this week, have we? About to see what the first pull feels like with Sanguine.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm gonna put ward on. Fuck it. We're gonna do low DPS this key, but when it comes to pugs, I'd rather just have the. I'd rather have the backup shield.
Welcome to Algafar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a
Ah, shit. I put it in the wrong trinket slot.
It has been quite some time since
Actually, that might still work with the new macro that I've made. Oh, Jesus. Shit.
these lashers must have grown
527. Or, nope, this one. Holy fuck. I actually reset my profile doing that. Okay.
We realign the life magics of this place.
Too many detonations. Fuck this shit. Let me just stand still and be a fat boomy.
Perfect. We are just about
Alright, how much healing did the ring do there? 3%.
too much life magic.
Not bad. How much healing was that actually? Total? 700k?
There is too much nature.
Okay.
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please help us, new students.
Stack.
Whoa, shit.
Stack.
Woo, damn.
You are lucky we both know how to heal.
Bro, how hard did he just get hit? Fucking got cranked for 1.25 milli. All right, how much healing did we do on the dude? Like this one, dude. Look at that! I did 210,000 HPS, and 7% of it was a stupid fucking ring. What the fuck?
At Alcathar Academy, we believe in teaching by example. Please show these students how it's done. We believe in teaching by example. Please show these students how it's done.
All right. Out of curiosity, how much damage did the vessel do? 0.8%.
Five, four.
How much should I do to the boss? I guess that's not really the boss, is it?
1.
Why'd I get dismounted? What the fuck?
Welcome to Alcathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule, but
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy.
Well, it seems like things are indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new...
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
I like playing with prop highs because I actually like out heal them. on big pulls. It makes me feel useful.
We're just about... Wait, Ichistras. There's too much life magic. What are you doing?
Ever miss the old blaster team with Shaq? Yeah, man. I miss playing with Shaq.
What are you doing?
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not.
Please, help us, new students.
Stack. Lead. Stack. 3, 2, 1. AOE.
Oh, Jesus.
We believe in you.
I am probably supposed to have Dispel here. Okay. Well, I guess I sort of assumed Kia would have his own Dispel. He assumed I would have his Dispel. Mm-hmm. This is what I'm talking about when I say that the things that reinforce the meta beyond just the actual power of the specs is that when you play meta, you just assume certain things in the key. You don't stop and examine all the things that are going to change when you don't play meta. You don't think through like, okay, well, we don't have an AUG anymore. What was the AUG doing? Oh, I guess they were the poison dispel. Do we have any other poison dispels in here? You just are like, okay, well, I don't take poison dispel when we play Academy, and so I'm not going to take poison dispel. And then you get in here, and everyone else is used to having an AUG. No one takes poison dispel. Poison goes off. You die to it. Oh, fuck, we didn't have an AUG. And if you wanted, every time before the key started, you could probably play off meta if you wanted to do that little check of like, okay, what are we missing that we would normally have? Okay, well, who's gonna pick that up? Okay, you'll do that. Okay, that's fine. But like nobody wants to spend that much time before a random pug key. Like you don't want to sit around when you're just doing a YOLO 18 or 17 in the afternoon. You just sign up for a group. You don't want to sit around for fucking 5 minutes being like, okay, what did everybody do with a metacom? Okay, how can we redistribute those responsibilities when we're not playing meta? You just want to send it and do the shit you're used to doing. And this is the kind of stuff that's just like, you know what? It's not worth it. Like, this is why you just play meta, is because everybody knows. Log takes poison dispel. They poison dispel you on first boss. The end. AUG was a mistake. It's not even AUG. It's just that happens to be the class we didn't bring here. Even then, it's not AUG. It's Evoker, but it could have been anybody that had a specific job in the usual meta, and when you replace them with somebody else, a lot of times it's like there's a very specific thing they're doing, but it's a very important thing. And if you don't have it, you don't really think about it until you get to that point in the dungeon, and then you wait for the thing to happen, and you realize nobody's going to be able to do it, and you're like, well, I guess we might. What an excellent ring. So let me try out VI when talking with Vickman. What do I think about it now? I play it in halls, and I think it's good for that. I fucked around with it in a few other keys. I think it may be an only halls angle for me on VI. These are excuses. You waste more than 5 minutes with deaths rather than the off meta check. Yeah. But you just don't play off meta. That's the solution.
Show these students how it's done.
Yeah, you could put together a group of off meta and do the check. But why would you? When there's meta classes, you know, if there was a world where I opened up LFG and literally no meta specs were queuing to the group, and it was like the only thing I have to select from are hunters, rogues, and windwalkers, and you just say like, okay, well, I guess I can't play meta today. Sure, fuck it. Rogue, windwalker, hunter, get in here. Let's go. All right, guys, we don't have the meta shit. It gets even worse, especially when like your group resembles a meta comp. You only have like a few things different. If this group was entirely different, if this was like Prot Warrior, Mistweaver, Beastmaster, Enhanced Shaman, Unholy Death Knight. Now you're so far outside of the meta that you are probably going to stop and go, okay, we don't have any of the shit we would normally have. So let's think real quick about what we're going to do here, because this is so completely different that I can't even pretend like everything's mostly the same. But when you have a group like that we just did, where you've got most of the same comp, you have a few specs that have moved around, like the Vengeance went Havoc, the AUG turned into a Prop Paladin, but for the most part, the comp has stayed the same. So it's easy to kind of get lulled to sleep there and be like, it's basically the same. I mean, there's a few things that are going to change, but all the important shit's still there. And then you're like, oh fuck, who dispels on first boss? And so like I was saying, if the only thing I had to select from in the group, and looking for group tool, was off meta specs, and I was like, oh fuck, I guess we got to play off meta today. There's no alternatives here. Sure. But that's never the case. You don't open up LFG in looking for an 18 and just see it filled with off meta. There's a reason. There's a reason the specs are meta. It's the one everyone wants to play. So it's always a bunch of meta specs. And then the question would be, why would you ever bring a non-meta class? What's the argument for bringing an off-meta spec? And there aren't many. And the arguments against bringing an off-meta spec, are even more than you would normally assume. Like, beyond just the fact that the meta specs are good, there's a reason that they became the meta specs. It's also the fact that the meta specs then become integral to the way that you do the key. You begin relying on certain utility in every key because it's always there because you always play with the same comp. And when you go to play with different comp, you just get surprised by the things that you've come to expect in every key because they're always there. All right, so we take... I'm not going to need to roar anything in this dungeon, right? Actually, I'm just not even going to need Ursine Vigor and a 16. We'll do that. Do I miss Flourish on Frog Boss? Yeah, if I had the time in Halls of Infusion, my preference would be probably to play Convoke Flourish for first and second boss, then zone out after Frog Boss dies, respec into Tree with VI, and then play the remainder of the key with Tree and VI. But it's a time loss. And unless you're really confident you're going to have the timer, and really confident that you can't time the key without doing that,
5, 4,
then
2,
you just play...
1.
Actually, fuck, I was gonna... Did I get the trinket swap? Okay, well, we have Ward.
Welcome to Algathar Academy. I am delighted that you received our invitation. The school is a touch behind schedule.
New students. How wonderful. It has been quite some time since the academy.
Well, it seems like things are in Indeed. Come with us. It should only take a moment to set up for a new...
These lashers must have grown wild while we were away. Please, if you could, clear them out while we realign the life magics of this place.
Oh, I jumped on the fucking mage's mount or something. Get me out of the middle of this. Holy shit.
Perfect. We are just about... Wait! Ichistras. There is too much light...
Why does Warlock play Destruction over Affliction or Demo? Because Destro does big-ass damage on AoE pulls. But you have to pull really big.
What is that thing? This is your fault.
Absolutely not!
Please, help us, new students.
Stack. Stack. Enter. Three, two, one.
Ah! Where the fuck did that one come from? Okay. Oh, I think we both took the spell this time. God damn it.
Stack.
You see what happens when you play off meta? You both take poison to spell.
Enter. Three, two, one. AOE. Stack.
Okay, maybe he's not playing Poison Dispel. Maybe that was something else. Or maybe he just trusted me to dispel him.
Lead. Stack.
Alright, is the Demon Hunter running... what's it called? Yeah, he is. Okay, he's running BSL.
Three, two, knock. Three, two, one. Knock.
Holy shit!
Look at this Lishrath arena. Wait.
When do I take Invoke over Tree? Basically all the time. Oh man, they got ejected. Holy shit. Who even can do that? Is that like a fucking enchant or something?
Knock.
Blast... Oh, yeah. Blast Wave. Bro, tank the fucking key, man.
Knock. Knock.
Okay.
Knock. Knock.
Oh no. Oh no.
Knock.
Oh no. Get the fuck out of there, Eagle. I kind of forgot about that.
Knock.
No. Okay.
Now we need to clear out the big one. I will activate the goals for Lishrath. That is
All right, how many are we doing?
for you soft skills. Use them to get her attention.
5?
At least we know that works. Watch yourselves.
Three, two, one. Stop cast. 3, 2, 1. Stop cast. Dodge. Three, 2, 1. Stop cast.
Take these!
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. Stop cast. Three, 2, dodge, 1. Stop cast.
Okay, we milk this one for a little bit longer. Go now.
Buff. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Stop cast. Three, 2, 1. Stop cast. Dodge. Collect. 3, 2, 1. Stop cast. Dodge. 3, 2, 1. Three. Targeted.
Gonna meld that.
Dodge.
Oh, I can go over here.
Targeted.
Am I gonna make it? Am I? Yes.
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. Targeted. Dodge. Three, 2, targeted. Dodge.
Our history professor Max Dormu is almost ready for lessons. Do see if there is anything he needs assistance with.
Is the Ravager dead?
3,
Looks
2,
like it, I think.
1.
It didn't actually push them out of it, did it? Whatever. An A for effort.
2, 1.
Uh-oh. Fuck.
Please excuse the mess.
Okay.
It has been quite some time
We're going
since
triple.
students have been here.
Oh, no, we're not.
I'm
Okay,
just
we're going
putting
double.
together my lesson plan.
Got to be good with our CDs now because we are lacking a certain meta heal or meta tank spec that would trivialize this pull. But it's fine. We're gamers. We can press our buttons.
Dodge. 3, 2, 1. Targeted. Dodge. Targeted. 3, 2, 1. Dodge. Dodge. Dodge.
Long ago, members of the Blue Dragonflight accidentally overloaded an arcane elemental and created a powerful construct named Veximus that quickly started to wreak havoc. The Blue Dragons battled Veximus fiercely, attempting to prevent it from absorbing stray arcane orbs that could allow it to fall
Dodge.
out of control. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Veximus began manifesting
Drop.
powerful arcane bombs in order to drive back the dragon.
Soak. Dodge.
5,
Knock.
the dragons neared victory.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Drop. Soak. Dodge.
Five, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Soak. Drop.
Well, that was probably not the one to soak, eh?
Knock. Dodge.
Five, 4, 3, 2,
Soak.
1.
Drop. Dodge.
Five, 4, 3,
Soak.
2, 1.
Drop. Overlap.
Should have barked somebody there.
Dodge.
Five, four, three,
Soak.
2, 1.
Drop.
Fuck.
Dodge.
Five, four, three,
Soak. Knock.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It was ultimately destroyed. Well done.
3, 2, 1.
Okay, we want a route patrol far away. Well, I guess I could route it here. Yep. Okay, we're gonna move this. I couldn't tell whether he wanted it routed to not pull on this pull, or whether he wanted it out of the way for the next pull. I was like, well, fuck. Maybe he's doing like some big ass pull in the middle of the room, but it's not that apparently. So. Probably could have let it walk a little bit further, but fuck. I taunted that guy because I thought he was gonna die. I'm gonna meld.
Next.
Good.
These are sacred halls of learning.
Fuck out of there, guy.
Register may access them. Think about what you have done. Poor marks for poor students.
Avoid. 3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Win-less question mark. Oh, this is another problem. I just realized this is another problem with not having an AUG in the group is if your mage didn't send his lusted exactly when his lust was off CD, then you gotta wait for the mage's personal lust to come back up before you lust.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Learn from this.
Avoid. 2, 1.
Poor marks for poor
3,
students.
2, 1. Dodge. Avoid.
You will not pass the semester. Some merit points for you. Think about what you have done. Some merit points for you.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Avoid.
Go to the corner. Some merit points for you. Learn from this. Some merit points for you.
3, 2, 1. Dodge. Avoid.
Go to the corner. Poor marks for poor students. Think about what you have done.
Targeted.
Some merit points for you.
3, 2, 1. Dodge.
Okay, anything cool? Nope. All right, Mr. Ring, what you doing here? 4.6%. What did it do on, oh, an Alcatraz puzzle box. Excellent. What did it do on, what's it called? Veximus. 5%, 5.3%. So I reckon it's worth to use that trinket. I would say this trinket definitely makes me want to buy the Aeronog ring to go with it. If it's going to proc this much, I think that Aeronog ring potentially becomes worth it in that case. So I definitely am now more interested in purchasing the Aeronog ring and trialing that out, because this thing definitely makes this filial duty proc way fucking more than I'm used to. Which is nice, because frankly I was to be honest a bit underwhelmed by this ring when I was playing with it previously. It was doing like less than 1% of my healing in a lot of these keys, and it was like, man, this is like not worth doing anything to optimize this ring if this is the amount of healing it's doing. It's pretty shitty, actually. Is the trinket do decent damage? No. It did 2.6% of my overall. It does a bit more on single target. So if we look at like Croth, it was okay. No, it doesn't. I made that up too. 2.2%. Veximus was there we go, 5.5%. But it also gives you a haste buff that fluctuates depending on how many stacks you have. So you are gaining some other stuff from the trinket. But definitely the value of this trinket is how consistently it makes your rings proc. So I think if you're going to play it, you probably want to lean into using both Aeronog and Birdkeeper ring. But, all right, well, that's going to do it for me today. Got dinner coming soon, so need to skedaddle. But team's supposed to play tomorrow. And then Saturday we have the Pro-Am tournament. So be sure to tune in for that. We're playing with Petco and Cyber. Our team is something about being bald. Which trinket? The Vessel of Searing Shadows from Amalgamation. So yeah, some keys tomorrow. Some different keys on Saturday. And I think mostly it's like a waiting stream until next week where we will have our, I think, first set of good affixes of the season. It'll be Bursting Storming. So we should be able to not have some cringe-ass combination of affixes next week. And I think the team is committed to try to play more than we've been playing. So hopefully we actually get a chance to, do some pushing. And I think our eye level is now starting to catch up to some of the other groups. So hopefully that stops being an excuse for us and we can just blast. So anyway, I hope you guys have fun watching. I have fun streaming as usual, primarily a Mythic Plus stream. So if that's something you're interested in or want to learn more about, hit the follow button. I will do my best to both educate and entertain you, and I will see you tomorrow.